Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to inform that our next session will start soon. So please kindly proceed to your seat. Thank you. A very good morning, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of the Cambodia Tech Expo 2022, the first and biggest tech expo in Cambodia. In this beautiful day, we're going to have a very long day with many sessions and panel discussion on a different topic from government, private sector, research institution, and developed partner and civil society. Without further ado, allow me to start the first program of today's event with the panel discussions on electronic and automotive. This panel discussion will shed light from diverse perspectives on the current investment environment in electronics and automotive sector and the needed next steps for Cambodia to become a compelling business location. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite His Excellency Suwon Sopal, Director of Public Relations and Promotion of Private Investment, Council for Development of Cambodia, to present on stage. please kindly proceed to your seat. And I will give this floor to His Excellency Suwon Sopal, please.
I thank you very much. This is an honor and privilege to join this panel discussion with very distinguished panelists here. I would like to welcome Mr. Chap Supiep, the Assistant of the Human Resource of the Mini-Beer. Mini-Beer have been in Cambodia for 10 years already in the electronic sector's investment here. So we are honored to have representatives from Mini-Beer to share their perspective on how Cambodia could develop these sectors. And we also have Mr. Kum Wusung, is the Chief Executive Officer of the Recytech Korea, from Korea, and he engaged in many activities representing the company that work together with Samsung Electronics. So I think we have the right person to talk about these sectors in this very important event. Last, we have Professor Hideaki Okaki. He's from Kyoto University. I think we hear the perspective from academia. And I believe that we are right now at the juncture of a volatile economic situation where the general global trade and investment has rebounded from the COVID-19 level, all those that we have this, but the recovery still uneven, and many countries, they are working to make sure that they have to address the challenge that face in our global and economic landscape with the trade and supply chain. So the discussion today on automotive and electronic development in Cambodia, I think it is important to hear from the perspective of our private sector and the academia. So think beyond the current most prominent government sectors in Cambodia. I think we should look into how Cambodia can move forward to do more on diversification so that we could catch up with the other players in the region. And with this, I will pose a question to Mr. Chap Supiep, a representative from Mini-Beer. Given the fact that the royal government of Cambodia has committed to integrate its production in terms of the industrial development to a regional supply chain in recent years through close partnership with private sectors, we see the export of non-government sectors increase dramatically. Cambodia industrial development ambition has emphasized shift towards skill industry, skill-driven industry, and this is something that we experience from the investment that Mini-Beer have put forward in Cambodia. So from your perspective, what are the key factors and trends that are affecting the development of higher value-added sectors, especially automotive and electronic over the next 10 years? You may also share your perspectives on how your business can contribute to the development of the electronic sectors in Cambodia. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So, Your Excellency Sun Supal, Director Public Relation and Promotion Private Sector. So, first of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Supip. I am Assistant Manager of Human Resource and Administration of Minibear Cambodia. And today is my great honor to be invited by Tech Expo today for panel discussions and also express about our company startup business in Cambodia. So, first of all, before read to the question from Excellency Sun Supal, I would like to short presentation about our company. So let's participant will start. So this is overview of Minibear Mitsumi. Basically, we have many products for electronic products and also automotive. And we have many various products actually. But for Minibear Cambodia, still in limited produce. But in the future, we also will be increase our product. So this is our business status for Minibear Mitsumi. Basically, we have our performance result in fiscal year 2021. So we have the good results for our business for 110,000 million US dollars. So, of course, we have the electronic and component device business, and also based on the motor, sensors, and for our Mitsumi business headquarter, based on the semiconductor and connector switch, it's almost 70% of total scales. Of course, for our company, we have the wide strategy for called QCDEIS. We advocate the challenge of the carbon neutrality and the promotion of beyond zero, meaning we are growing in improving quality of environment. In the other word, we can say that it's initiated to solve the social issue with our products. Since we are manufacturer for electronic equipment part, and we believe that it's enter to growth fields, and we support to improve and of the value added of the electronic equipment manufacture that can solve our social issue from our product. Of course, for the smart street lights, it's a part of the saving energy and reduce the green energy as well. So this product will make up the final product as a manufacturer in Cambodia and export to overseas, and as well as sold in local also. For Minibear Cambodia, we have electronic parts industry, and of course, as I mentioned, that we have many various products, but for Minibear Cambodia, it's still limited because we need to focus for improvement in the future. This is the overview of Minibear Cambodia product. We are the specialized for the small motor. We call the DC plus motor, micro actuator, and autofocus actuator, PCBA, strain gauge, fan motor, injection mold, sweep light, and processing. So this is almost produced in Cambodia. So maybe we are the pioneer electronic company in Cambodia. Before I start to Minibear Cambodia, of course I also not understand what is manufacturing industry. But basically, many type of product, many type of the electronic components was made up by Minibear Mitsumi, and now it was transferred to Cambodia. So it's very good opportunity for improve and develop our country. So from this, I would like to additional for our situations. Before Minibear starting in 2010, we are challenged many things with our starting point. But basically, it's only support from government of Cambodia. We are improve our factory, and recently we have the manpower up to more than 6,000 employees. And in the future also, we will increase and we will import many products and produce in Cambodia. One of the good points for our start operation, we are only the assembly manufacturing. But now, we are become not only producing and assembly, but also we will produce in-house part by ourselves. It means that we produce in-house parts and then we assembly in our country. So this is very good opportunity to develop and also one of the improvement of electronic sector in Cambodia. So this is all for our presentation. So thank you so much for your concentration. Thank you.
I thank you very much for your perspectives on how Minibear have shaped the development of electronic sectors in Cambodia. I think the way that Minibear have contributed to the industrial development in Cambodia, you can see from this presentation, short presentation, but we'll share with you more perspectives on how Cambodia could pursue further in the electronic sector. So with this, I would like to invite Mr. Kem Bu Sung to the floor to give his perspectives on what he can contribute to this the discussion today. Please, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I would like to express my sincere congratulations to the royal government of Cambodia of the hosting country of ASEAN 2022, and also for giving me a chance for having a speech in the electronics and the automotive session. At Samsung Electromechanics, I have 36 years of experience in establishing, construction, and operating factories related to electrical and electric communications components, semiconductors, electronic projects, and electronic in Korea, Thailand, the Philippines, China, and most recently Vietnam. I supported not only Samsung Electronics, but also the establishment and the operation of factories of the Samsung suppliers. In my opinion, many things are necessary for a country to develop. Among them, it is especially important to development industry to increase the country's GDP. In particular, the manufacturing industry, especially the electronics industry, considers an important factor for national development, and you can understand this immediately by looking at the neighboring country of Vietnam. And today, based on my experience, I would like to share my opinion on what Cambodia needs to foster manufacturing in order to nurture the electronics-related industry. There are several priority factors that the country must have. First, the condition of the country is very important. A stable political situation is important, and the government's active will to foster industry is also very important. Also, it can be seen that the climate of the country is very important, considering the impact of natural disasters. In this respect, Cambodia is a very good country with a lot of preparation already. The first, the electronics-related industry. It is important not only to establish a manufacturing plant, but also to create an industrial complex that includes related industries. After the establishment of the manufacturing plant, the industrial complex, which encompassed on the manpower, the operators, and the related social life infrastructures must be supported by specialized training for the nurturing technical manpower, establishment of a stable logistic system, and sourcing stable power. Therefore, preparing all of these in a short period of time is not an easy task due to my experience. So it is very important to make and execute a step-by-step plan. And for this, I suggest building the following roadmap. First of all, it is necessary to establish and operate an electric project assembly plant with a low-level process. It would be great if we could adapt and operate a high-tech process from the beginning, but reality, it is impossible. It is very important to create the success story while adopting and operating a low-level process. The surest way to introduce a low-level factory is to establish a factory in a country that is leading in the manufacturing industry here in Cambodia, or to promote to the adoption of the factory with a relocation plan is the fastest way. As we all know, the current international situation is very complicated. Many companies are very amicable, such as amending their plan of relocating exciting factories back to other countries. However, this cluttered environment can be an opportunity for countries looking to build a new industrial environment. In addition, the most time-consuming human infrastructure construction is to bring in advanced technology personnel who are retired at the same time as the factory's relocation. The advanced skill of retired people will naturally be passed on to local work as the factory runs. And based on this, you can create a success story. Of course, it is also necessary to create living infrastructures such as hospital, residential complex, and resort for them. Today, I said that we need to create the small-scale industrial complex, start nurturing the manufacturing industry through factories relocation from overseas, and create a success story through this. And I said that for the success story, above all else, The transfer of high-level technical personnel who have operated the factories should be done together. Finally, it is a problem that we immediately face while offering the manufacturing industry. And we need a technology that can sufficiently respond to the climate change problem that humanity is currently facing and practice carbon neutrality. In addition, environmental waste and pollutant treatment technology and advanced companies' operation technology must be fostered at the same time. By doing so, I believe we can achieve a state of balance and continuous development. In particular, the most basic fact that people are important is something we all know. Although, if this path is used well, Cambodia will be able to create the success stories from the electronic industry one by one, and I have not doubt that will become the most developed country in Asia. I would like to conclude my short presentation. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
I thank you very much, Mr. Kim. I think the point you made is very pertinent for Cambodia and for Mr. Kim, who have been involved in these industries, and he knew that the economic situation in the world require these sectors, especially electronic sectors, to expand their production base to somewhere that could link and make the supply chain resilient in the future. And he even touched on how Cambodia could consider encourage innovation for prospering, nurturing these industries into Cambodia economy, encourage local enterprise to do more in the investment in these sectors, do more invention. So something that very encouraging. So now I think we will hear from perspective of academics. We have with us Professor Dr. Okaki. So I think automotive and electronic sector somehow is not that easy, a bit complicated. If we see from what MINIB have done, a small product have been integrated to this electronic. But when we see the automotive industry, if we look deep into automotive industry, we see so much to consider how Cambodia could attract these sectors. Although we all know that we have few automotive assemblers already in Cambodia. You may hear from the new that we have Hyundai, we have Ford that already set up a factory in Cambodia. This is for the automotive. And recently we have Toyota is also come to Cambodia. The project is already approved, awaiting the construction of the factory. So the government have committed to develop a roadmap for automotive and electronic sectors. As you hear from MINIB that they produce electronic part, and if we look at the data for the export, electronic and automotive sectors product outside Cambodia, 80% of the export will go to mostly wire harness, electronic product. And what Mr. Kim has suggested for establishment the special economic zone for inviting more investment in electronic and automotive, this could help us to think about how we could support automotive and electronic sector cluster, build a human capital for helping this sector to grow. And we want also to do a ease of doing business, connecting a trade infrastructure, linked with the other market to have more free trade agreement with the other partner to expand the market for product produced in Cambodia and sell to those markets. And we also work on enabling an investment environment so that they could invest in Cambodia with a conducive environment that they can grow. As you know, Cambodia already adopt a new investment law that introduced a very smart incentive scheme for this sector to grow. Just want to hear from your perspective, from the academia, what Cambodia could do more, what needs to be done to bring more investment, more capital into this sector, and how we can engage with the private sectors and other players to bring these two sectors into a level that can complement, not compete with the other country, but to complement with the other country. So the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Moderator Song. Dear Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to respond his question. And then in personally, of course, I'm traveling around the ASEAN countries, and then especially here, of course, we know the human resource. As this event say to the through tech talent, this is very impressive, and then of course we are all think about, especially for the automobile or the electricity industries, technician or engineer is very, very essential. And then we also try to the corporate to fostering or something, but still, but absolute number is totally lacking in this country. So in systematically they incorporate with the Ministry of the Education, maybe the mass number of the SIT engineer or student. I think yesterday Dr. Seheng is targeting to the 2030 40%, 40% gender, 50% STEM student will be come up in next 5 years, 6 years. This is very, very attractive information from the outside. And then, of course, your domestic producers or industries is definitely need to such kind of the good talent, good skill talent. In additionally to say, perhaps this is maybe of course the Samsung company is much more deeply know about, but the measurement system, very small scale STM or some kind of that's the advanced measurement system also required to this country. And then of course supporting staff or the environment, equipment, environment, repair parts, everything. Perhaps they need to prepare to offer. Additionally, perhaps I like to introduce myself. um, I'm from the Kyoto University, maybe, and then the academia. And then now we are working on the one project, which is the so-called JASTIP, Japan ASEAN Science and Technology Innovation Platform. So we are kind of the platform, and then they try to connect or interlink between industry or academia and even government, because we know the researchers, something like in Kyoto University, is just try to do very basic science. Don't want to get into the industries. But the innovation or the just simply to the improvement is not essential, especially for the Cambodia. Maybe it's much more from basic level to bottom up and then higher level, and then you can promote your own industry. This is, I think, it's very important part. And then also in that sense, how to say, the human resource is kind of, as Mr. Kim says today, is a kind of the infrastructure. And then he also mentioned about the electricity stable government, was the very good governance of the industry or something. That is, of course, very important. So in terms of infrastructure, we need a very important point is the electricity, human resource, water also. We need, or industry need to require the waters. And then perhaps, in my opinion, intellectual properties should be properly protected inside this country. Otherwise, the development, if it happen, and then without any IP protection, it's not attractive. Why here? Let's go to outside, and then keep their properties. This is the very common sense. So I'd like to point out is the intellectual properties protection, like a patent protection. This system must be prepared. And also another point for the industries, in general sense, the national and the international standardization. This is also very important to trust from outside. Okay, this country's product is very nice because everything is the international standard. Then you can adding to much more value to outside. So this is my my answer to from academia side. sorry, it's really maybe very general answer, but from me that is my answer for you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Okasi. I think your perspective bring our attention to something that we need to build our human capital to work in a way that these two sectors can come to Cambodia even touch on the building the infrastructures necessary for attracting these sectors, and also considering of how Cambodia could have meet a national and international standard for these two sectors. So I think we hear from private sectors and academias, and now I like to ask if our participants have any question or comment. You may raise your hand. We will entertain some question if we still have time. So please, the floor is yours. Yes, gentleman over there, please. Can anyone bring mic?
Good morning, His Excellency, Her Excellency, and panelists. My name is Manet. I work for the Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology, and Innovation. And I would like to ask a question to Mr. Kim. So, you shared that Cambodia should start with less complex manufacturing industry, and I totally agree with that. Okay. So I totally agree with your opinion that Cambodia should start with less complex manufacturing industry. But I also want to know about your opinion for the next step that Cambodia should do, that is to upgrade from basic manufacturing to more advanced manufacturing. So my question is, what do you think? Can you hear me clearly? Okay. Sorry. So my question is, excuse me. So can you hear me clearly now? Okay. So my question is, would you like me to repeat my question?
Yes.
Okay, so let me start from the beginning. Mr. Kim, you think that Cambodia should start with a less complex manufacturing industry, and I totally agree with that. But every country should not be stuck in a basic manufacturing industry forever. So it would be the same for Cambodia. The country will at one point need to upgrade to more advanced technology manufacturing industry. So in your opinion, what do you think that Cambodia should do to encourage a high-tech international company like Samsung to upgrade from low-level or basic manufacturing to a more advanced manufacturing industry with research, with intensive research and development, please?
Yes, Mr. Kim, please, the floor is yours.
제가 정확한 의사 전달을 위해서 통역을 활용하도록 하겠습니다.
Yeah, sorry, he gonna use the translator. It's me.
여기서 캄보디아의 제조업 발전을 위한 로우 레벨이라고 하는 거는
So for right now, the meaning of the low level process for developing the industry of Cambodia is not the low level technique. It's not.
제품의 저희가 제품의 종류를 1차 산업, 2차 산업할 때 레벨별로 다 올라가야 된다는 거죠.
So he means that like the low level means not the low level technique. It means like in the electronic product, there should be a step, first, second, third, and fourth. So he means like it should start with the first step, then it goes up. And also he mentioned that Samsung, maybe around about 30 or 40 years ago, they started also from the first step of the product.
일단은 그 가장 쉽게 할 수 있는 뭐 전장부터 이 전기 계장이나 부품 파트 쪽에 그 많은 인프라스트럭처가 필요 없이 그 인력을 양성할 수 있는 기술을 가지고 사업을 하면서 점차 반도체 전공용으로 되는 너무나 많은 투자나 어떤 공정의 특성이 들어가기 때문에 단순 공정으로 하나하나 맞춰나가는 걸 모델에
So if you want to start with the first, second, third, or fourth at the same time, it needs a lot of the investment and also a lot of the infrastructure and also like the human manpower. So that what he means like if you start from the first beginning, the first step, it doesn't mean that much of the infrastructure. But meanwhile, doing the first step of the manufacturing product, then you can get some of the skills. It's going to develop step by step. So he wants to suggest to Cambodia don't need to focus so much of the investment or so much of the skills or manpower at the beginning. At the beginning, just start with that one. And on his speech, he mentioned nowadays the international situations, it's really complicated. So like there are some factories need to move from the other country to other country. So at that time, he mentions that why don't take those kind of the moving the factories, move to the Cambodia. And for one example, so first the meaning, right now he wants to explain more about like what is the low level. The low level is the short, the lead time is short.
쉽게 얘기해서 여러분이 사용하고 있는 휴대폰에 들어가는 칩판 하나를 만드는데 최하 15일에서 한 달이 걸립니다.
So for example, the smartphone, what you're using, inside of smartphone you have the PCB, and to make the PCB, it takes 2 weeks to 1 month.
그다음에 반도체는 30일 정도에 한 달 정도의 타임이 필요해요.
But also about the semiconductor needs more than 1 month.
다시 말하면은 한 달 동안 공정을 안정적으로 유지했을 때 우리가 하이테크 레벨이라고 얘기해요.
So it means like if you sustain, you can control the whole 1 month at the same level for making the PCB or the semiconductor component. That means we can say it is the high tech.
그다음에 이제 금속 가공이나 우리가 1차 산업 쪽으로 보는 조립 산업은 리드 타임이 길어야 하루에서 4시간 정도 걸리기 때문에 고기 단계부터 기술력을 확보해서 리드 타임이 긴 제품으로 늘려나가는 것이 레벨 단계별로 가는 방식이라고 저는 제안하고 싶습니다.
하루에서 4일 걸리는 게 뭐였죠?
4시간에서
그게 어떤 프로젝트였죠?
조립 라인, 사출 이런 것들은 리드 타임이 반나절.
So just compare to the PCB of the smartphone or the semiconductor, the lead time is 1 month. But for let's say the component for the smartphone, some component it just take only 4 hours or just 1 day. So he suggests why don't Cambodia start with that kind of business first? So maybe first 4 hours, 1 day, it's gonna be enlarged like a week, a 2 week or a month, then it goes up.
제가 동남아 지역의 공장을 건설하고 부품을 결정할 때 보면 리드 타임이 짧은 것부터 하루짜리, 일주일짜리, 보름짜리, 한 달짜리를 단계적으로 가면서 레벨을 하는 과정들을 보면서 그게 어떤 기술의 레벨만이라고 보고 제안합니다.
So it all came from his experiences. He mentioned 36 years in the Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam. So like he first started the factory there with the shortened lead time of the first step of the product, and then it goes up. So he's just suggesting the same method to the Cambodia.
그 방법이 제조업을 처음 하는 국가에서 가장 위험성을 줄일 수 있는 방법이라고 말씀드립니다.
And it's really riskless for the country is starting the manufacturing the electronic component.
제 의견이었습니다.
So his opinion. Is it answered to? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. I think this is very important. Every country start from where they want to begin. So the suggestion is pertinent. I think in these two sectors, Cambodia should consider how we can leapfrog to a high end for this sector. So we invite some more questions. We still have time. Any more questions? Yes, gentleman over there. Vishal.
Thank you, His Excellency. I'm Pisal from the Cambodia Academy of Digital Technology. I think with respect to our theme, ACT address challenges together through tech talent. What is the plan for each industry player, for academia, for the government, and for the private sector? How we prepare our tech talent to be ready to leapfrog Cambodia to embrace the electronic and automotive sector? Thank you.
I thank you very much. I think this question is very general. Perhaps we can hear from the academia first, and then I will ask Mini Beer to join also. So, Professor, please, if you can share something that our gentleman asked, how we can join hands to address this challenge for these two sectors, please.
So, it's really difficult question, honestly speaking. Yeah. But of course, I said in my short presentation, definitely so the total number is required, and then if you set up the system, education system, it may take maybe more than 5 years or something. But also another way is maybe Nvidia or Samsung, they have their own training system, and then very immediate. It is very effective. But one drawback is, of course, the companies attached to the training system is some limitation, and then the not so general one. So I'm really talking about the very general human resource development or talent fostering, and then but anyway, if acceleration from this country to these two sectors, or maybe using their own training system to hosting the number, and then in parallel, the university or the very special training engineering system, maybe a few years later to catch up, and then they introduce to the industries. That kind of a scenario could be possible, my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Sophia, please, if you have any suggestion for that. I think this question is very important for government officials, especially those who work in promoting this the new talent to contribute to the development of the two sectors can prepare themselves. And government have done something, and we want to hear the perspective from the private sector that you can share. Please.
Okay, thank you so much. As Dr. Mentioned, it's a little bit hard to express about how is going on. But anyway, I would like to share what Minibia have done for almost 10 years. At first, we are to look back to the starting point of Minibia Cambodia into Cambodia in 2010. Of course, we get strongly support, and we have many support from government institutions to guide us. But anyway, it's still not good enough for uh, electronic manufacturing to stand in Cambodia at the first stage. It means that we challenge many steps. First, I heard Samsung mention about the skills. So this is also the most important key point to play a role and to promote the electronic sector in Cambodia. This is the first priority that we need to consider. And look back to the last 10 years. Of course, Cambodia have is a very good point for the human resource skills, but maybe they still not have opportunity to catch up. What is the electronic, or we call the manufacturing industry electronic environment is? So we need a lot of time to enhance, and also we use many know-hows. Since Minibia has many located in many countries, totally we have 27 countries in the world. So we can learn from each country, and we can use that know-how to implement in Cambodia. That's why we can improve and we can promote our company in Cambodia. This is one of the points. And the second is about the government policy. So this is a very key point. I understand that from the starting point, it's lucky for me because I have joined from the beginning of the factory before we are starting our factory. Until now we have 3 factories. So all the situation of the setup, let's say I have good opportunity to participate all the steps. So of course it's also quite new for electronic sector in Cambodia. As I mentioned earlier in my presentation material, that Minibia is one of the pioneer electronic company in Cambodia. So after 5 years later, we are running in Cambodia under supported from Samdech Prime Minister and other government institutions, and they also learn together how the requirement of electronic sector. Then they develop the policy at the same time and also improve the human resource skills, and many join between private sector and also the government side. So this is the good environment for promote and also attractive the investor to Cambodia. So that is my point of view, that we can learn from 10 years experience in Cambodia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supiap. I think this is important because human resource development is a key. I still remember the day that we go to Tokyo 10 years ago to knock door Minibia to come to invest in Cambodia. At that time, I was lucky enough to join my ministers for a company visit to Minibia. And we asked them the same question. If Minibia come to Cambodia to do in these electronic sectors, what Cambodia should prepare to help them? And they say exactly the same which Supiap said today. So 10 years on road, we still have this answer to what Cambodia should do. So for us, thanks to the active participation from private sectors, we have a new investment law that adopt a pro-business approach where government is ready to give investment facilitation, to give incentive, and also to give a aftercare. in that new investment law. I'm from the Council for Development of Cambodia, one of the member of drafting committee for the new investment law at the time. We consult with the private sector, the same thing that we discussed today, and they're the one who tell us what private sector really need. So from our discussion today, I think we can learn from what the private sector need and what government will do. At the Council for Development Cambodia, we are initiating to have a roadmap for developing these two sectors, and we have Mini-Beer as part of the advisory council to move this process forward. So our consideration is whether we give more incentive. More incentive is not mean fiscal incentive alone, but non-fiscal incentive that come with the suggestion that Mr. Kim suggests and our gentleman from academia, that more environment that we put in place to bring these two sectors to play could be the incentive. Skill development, one of the most important thing that we should consider and should use as a incentive tool to have private sector when they come. But in our new law, we give more incentive to them so that they can do more innovation, research development. What they spend for research development, they can use all of those expense for the tax deduction, but we allow them to do 150% tax deduction from the expense that they use for the research and development. So when we give incentive, we encourage innovative, and we want to see invention, that actual investment. So I think if we still have time, we put for more discussion, but I see time is almost there. I take this opportunity to express our appreciation for the active participation from everyone in this room. And the key takeaway for us, remember 3 I's that we should bring to help the automotive industries and electronic grow in Cambodia. First I, work on the incentive. More incentive, the incentive already in the new investment law, and more incentive that the private sector and the government should give to this sector. Encourage more innovation. Second I is innovation. Encourage them to do more research and development so that can attract young talent into the pool of job creation. And the last I is invention, actual investment put to this sector. If we can do these 3 I to realize the way that our people need to catch up with the other country in the region and in the world, I think these two industries will grow faster and can leapfrog, not only use a basic technology for these two sectors, but go to a more high-end technology for this sector, because the world is moving to Industrial 4.0. Somehow we need more action to encourage private sector to do more on these sectors. With this, please put our hand together and give applause to our distinguished panelists for their contribution to the discussion today. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our moderator, His Excellency Suwon Sopal, and our panelists for your very insightful discussions and also expressing about your perspective. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform that we will have another session, so please kindly stay into your Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin our panel discussions on energy and water. So, to begin our panel discussion, may I invite our moderator, His Excellency Dr. Hall Sing-heng, Director General of Science, Technology and Innovations of Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovations to present on stage. And may I invite our panelists, His Excellency Tan Soo-chie, Director General, General Department of Potable Water Supplies of Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovation. His Excellency Long Naro, Director General of Phnom Penh Water Supply Authority. Ms. Tina Kumar, Managing Director, Total Energies Cambodia.
Okay, very good morning, Excellency, Professor, private sectors, government's representative and student. Today we have a very important session on water and energy. We say, even me, myself, background, energy, water technology. Actually, water is part of my passion. Starting from my bachelor degree to PhD degree, I do research on water technology. But today we have both water sectors and energy also, private sector and governments here. So we have three on the stage with us as a speaker this morning on session water and energy. I myself, I think some of you know me already from yesterday's speech on harnessing science and technology for development of Cambodia. I myself, Ho Sing Heng, I think thanks to the MC in charge of science and technology for Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovation. Next to me, allow me to introduce to Miss Dina. She's in charge of, from Total, I think a famous gas station in Cambodia, Total. And energy, very, very important right now that I think the war in Ukraine, everybody, especially most countries in Europe, are facing the challenges of energy issue. And next, in the middle, we have Director General, His Excellency Tan Soo Chia, in charge of water, mainly from rural water supply in Cambodia. And last one, His Excellency Long Naro. Of course, he's the big boss. Without him, I think we do not have water at your home. So, without further ado, let me starting again from another side, starting from His Excellency Long Naro. His Excellency, you have 10 minutes, and college, please project the PowerPoint that we share to you. Thank you.
Hello. Yes, I think I have to stand. Good morning, all of our guests here. I think our moderator already presented my name and my duty and my responsibility in the water supplies in Phnom Penh. So today, in order to participate into the CO2 emission, especially today on the topic of water and energy. So let me to come out a little bit story about water supply and what we achieve and what is we participate to the CO2 emission in the water sector in Phnom Penh. Not working? Okay, I think this is everybody have to remember that we are suffer before we make the improvement. Especially in 1993, after civil war, after Pol Pot Khmer rule's time, so the city of Phnom Penh have production only around 65,000 cubic meter per day only. Service only around 10 hours with the pressure around 2 meters. And we have a very old pipe, more than 70 years. In that time, we have around 280 kilometers. Our non-revenue of water is around 72%, and collection ratio is only around 50%, and staff per 1,000 connection is around 22 people. Why? So, after peace agreement, until now, we received the assistance from the grant aid, from the loan for the improvement of the water supply system, starting from 1993, and especially with the government gave a very high priority for the improvement of water supply. So until now, we spent around 669 million US dollar to improve the water supply in Phnom Penh city. So by today, we have production around 630,000 cubic meters per day. We operate for 4 treatment plants in the city of Phnom Penh. And we also manage and water supply in the province like Bong Khmum and also part in Malek for Kampot province. Too slow. So today, you can see that besides the water production, we have distribution expansion. That means we have been replaced all the pipe that have been laid before 1993. So until today, we have a pipeline around 4,000 kilometers with the customer in the city of Phnom Penh, around 430,000 connections in the city of Phnom Penh. So the leakage, water loss have been reduced from 72% in 1993 until today we have around 9.7%. Also for financial situation, you can see that we start to have a profit from 1997 after we become the autonomous company. And by 2021, you can see that our profit and our revenue are stated in the slide I showed you. So the profit is around 100, is equivalent around what we can say around more than 20 million US dollar per year in 21. Why? IT. So in comparison of the key indicator, you can see the achievement in 1993 and 2021. You can, all has been changed a lot. For example, of the staff. In 1993, we are 22 staff per 1,000 connection, while we are now only around 2.9 staff per 1,000 connection. And all our comparison, our indicator, you can see from 1993 and 2021 have been very, very achievable. So that is what I would like to tell you, that what we achieved until today. However, in order to participate and to make that into the climate adaptation and mitigation action, so what we are doing mostly with this 7 points that we are doing day by day, especially to increase civil engineer, it means that doing a big room for pumping station, flooding risk, that means to construct a water treatment plant, water facility, and the high area in order to protect all of this flooding. Example also including our pumping station at the intake, because we have also problem in terms of river year by year become lower. So therefore the design should be carefully in terms of using pump with very high efficiency and very high what we call low of electricity consumption. Okay. So in terms of what the 7 points, what we have been following until today, so you can see that in this water treatment plant we have been installed solar power in the Phum Prech water treatment plant, that start to operate in year 2013 with a capacity of 70 kilowatt per day. So for the IT resolution, I think in Phnom Penh water supply now, we can say that we are mostly semi-auto full, including our management, our SCADA system for the water treatment plant, controlling our distribution network by sending, managing in control of water flow, pressure, and water quality, also including also water billing system. So this is the 4 major points that we are working right now. Example, in order to maintain and increase our revenue, the most important is going to the core business management system. That means we are changing from semi-auto billing system to the full automation on the controlling of the management system. Going to the network system, we are following with the GIS system. And for the water treatment plant, we are introducing a SCADA system. And for the customer, especially collecting the water from the customer, we're using spot building to collect the water, the money from the people. So achievement on today, we have starting from 2008, so introducing our solar panel, also speed driving. It means that using control speed of the pump in order to reduce the energy consumption by high demand and low demand. Introducing also changing our pump matrix. It means that when the water level in the river down, so we have to use the variable speed pump to pump and to make the pump efficiency, where is the point of efficiency of the pump that we can start to pump the water. And also we are now working in the big mega project in Bak Hain project. We also include also additional solar panel. So result before 2023, you can see the energy saving is around 3,230 megawatt per hour. So equivalent around 440,000 annual of per year. And expected by the year 2023, next year and 2024, we can save energy around 8,220 megawatt per hour. That can save a lot, especially in CO2 reduction. Until today, that we start to use all of this new technology in terms of energy saving, in terms of reducing our energy consumption by introducing more technology equipment and pump. So from 2009 until today, energy consumption has been reduced from 45% to 25% of the total operation expenditure. So new generation, our digital transformation we are going to do now based on assistance from Korean government and Japanese government. So we will put into the controlling, monitoring our water production, water distribution management, water quality by a full digital auto transformation. So in order to do this, the main objective of the profit is to improve the profit margin and make the city to become eco-city. So that is one of our planning, that by the year 2026, all the integration of the data related to production, related to distribution, related to the revenue shall be integrated into the control center in order to manage the water supply to be on time and sustainable to the people living in the city of Phnom Penh. So this is only a contribution for Phnom Penh Water Supply Authority into the CSDG by the year 2030. However, we plan it by the year 2020-25. Phnom Penh city will be covered by 100% of water supply inside the city of Phnom Penh. So current challenge, I think that people in the city of Phnom Penh right now will know that because of demand is very high, production still low. So we are now increasing a lot of investment for the expansion of the water production. So therefore, what I just told you, by year 2024, center of the city and the suburb will receive water from the new project, and we will not have any shortage of water anymore. So with these three, I think the most important is we have a problem on also the Mekong River, because since this 5 years, we found that the water level become low. Then when we designed the pumping station, in the past 10 years, we designed with this level. But now, after the level in the Mekong River become down and down, so we need to find some new technology in order to adapt to the level of the Mekong River. So thank you for my presentation. I think it's very, because time is very concerned. And I think that let give to the floor to get the question after that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, His Excellency Naro, for briefing the successful. Mainly, I take note water loss management, next generation of water management, considering digital transformation, and of course, smart water management system is the way forward from technological wise of Phnom Penh Water Supply Authority. I think please, audience, take note. If you have any question, we'll open for question later. To save time, next, may I invite His Excellency Tan Suu Kyi. Please, Excellency, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you, Excellency Hol Sing Heng, for giving the floor. It is my great honor today to be on the stage with the panel to discuss on water and energy. I think you all may know that water is very essential for life. On our planet, water is the second most needed for all being after the oxygen. So oxygen first, and then water second. And it is next to impossible to survive without water for 3 days. I think you all may heard the rule of 3-3. Without oxygen for 3 minutes, you may die, and then without water for 3 days, you also may die. And without food for 3 weeks, we may die also. The time is changing based on the condition of the place that you are living. But this is the rule of 3-3. And in our body, around 70% contain of water. That's why it is said that water is life. Okay. I'm working for the Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovation in the water sector. The name of ministry didn't see the water, but the water is in there. The mandate of the ministries is to develop and regulate the urban water supply. Once we say the urban water supply, we refer to the pipe water supply services in the commercial manner. We didn't mean wells, pond, or the community-based system. Those are in charge by the Ministry of Rural Development. So we refer to the pipe water supplies. So let me share to you about the status of the water supply from the policy maker and the regulator points of views. Okay. Our strategic goals by 2025 for the urban population access to pipe water supply. Pipe water supply is more reliable than any other sources. And you may see in the presentation of Excellency Longnero just a moment ago, he also mentioned about the CSDG, Cambodian Sustainable Development Goals. So we are working together towards the goal. So by 2030, all people access to water and basic sanitation. At the current time, we have 2 autonomous water supply operators, and Excellency Longnero is one among them. He's the Director General of the Phnom Penh Water Supply Authority, that is the autonomous authority. Autonomous utilities. And we have another one, that is Siem Reap Water Supply Authority, that's also autonomous. We have 10 public utilities. Then we have 351 private operators. Private operator is gonna be more. We are open, we encourage for the private sector to participate in the development of the water sector in Cambodia. Of course that water sector or water supply is a basic sanitation. It is a basic need for human being that should be supplied by the states. But since our capacity is limited, especially the financial resources, so we encourage the private sector to participate, to involve in development and supplying the water to the Cambodian people and other sectors as well. So water sector is not only for the human being, but also to support the other sectors as well. For example, industry, handicraft, tourism, health sectors, all this and that. So it's quite important. That's why we pay high attention on the water supplies. For the last 5 years, especially for the 5th terms of the government, the private sector has been actively involved in the water sectors because the ministry has changed the regulatory regime by expanding or prolonging the validity period of the license from 3 years to 20 years, so that we allow the opportunity for the private to access to finance for the sector. Okay. In this event, it is quite important. It is the first event that we organize the tax expo in Cambodia. And our scheme is to address the challenge, together through the tax talent. Okay. So the question is, how can tax or technology support or involve in the water supply sectors? One among them that already mentioned in the presentation of Excellency Longnero is about the smart water supply system, smart water management system that transform from the manual one to the digital ones. And as you know, that technology is everywhere in our life. In studying, training, even in water sector, we use the virtual reality to train our staff. We don't have to go to the site, so that they can all see all the processes in the water system. This is one among them. Okay. And also, we currently face some challenges as well. One among them, we already know about the climate change, about the condition of water source, and what water source is the key challenge or the main challenge of the water sectors. Because we use water to treat for the clean water. Both quantity and quality. So once the water source condition become worse, then it is more expensive to treat the water. That's why we need the technology in order to support the water supply so that we can reduce the cost. So far, the technology playing a very important role in the water supply to improve the operational efficiencies of the services. I give you one example. Before, we do not have the inverter. Right? Inverter is one of the new inventions. And then we control the pump manually based on the demand, peak, low, or this and that. And then we use the water tower in order to regulate the water pressures. But now, the water tower is almost has no function because we have the inverter. We can use pump, use inverter so that it regulates the flow, regulate the pressures based on the demand. This is just a small example, and it's going to be a lot more in that the tax can support the water supply. From the policymaker and regulator's point of view, we are developing the policy, we are developing the planning, strategic planning, all this and that. And data is the most important to do the planning. So technology support us to collect the data on time, real time. We don't have to go to the sites. People just keying and then transfer the data automatically to our system. Right now, we are working in order to transfer data from the cloud to our data center at the ministries, so that we have our own system. This is just one example. From the other thing, water quality monitoring. Okay. With the human resources are limited, so that we can control the water quality on time from the long distance. We don't have to go there. So this is another example also. From the operator's view, how the technologies can help them is to support their operational efficiency, to improve the operational efficiency, and as well as to comply with our regulation, especially the water quality monitoring. For the customer's point of view, there are also the consumer, the customer, they care about the water quality, about the water service quality. Right now, Ministry is developing an app, we call it the public engagement app, so that the customer or public can use the app to make voice, to provide information to their service provider, to make complaints through the app. So this is involved with all the technology that can support our lives, that can support the services. So to conclude my remark here, okay, we all need water, and water that is clean, that is safe to use, that is sustained, that is affordable, that we need. Okay. And we are facing many challenges to provide these services at the satisfactory level. Okay. So you are here. In this event, we bring the tech talent together. So our challenges are your opportunities. Okay. So let us work together to overcome those challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Ton Suchir. I recap few points that when I was a researcher in university, I think some of you may know what is new water, right, in Singapore. 10% of water from your toilet go back to your mouth. This new water. So we cannot undervalue. Normally resource is, we feel that when resource is abundant, resource is, we feel like free. Like water, we have Mekong River, we have the Lesap Lake, we feel free. But considering in Singapore, in most of the country and Arab, for instance, water is so priceless for them. For that reason, 10% we call new water in Singapore. It's amazing that in the world, 10% of water from your toilet go back to your mouth. So this new water. So I recap that without water, without oxygen, without food, the 3x3 rule is important. I feel that when Cambodia, the water is more expensive than gasoline, that's time we are developed country. You know, if you go to developed country, 100 milliliter of water is $1. 1 liter of gasoline is $1 also. So water is almost 3 times more expensive than the gasoline. And also I recap that we must address 2030 that everybody have clean water for Cambodia, CSDG. And last one is encourage private sector. We know that government cannot take a role ensuring 2030 accessible potable water to all Cambodian. Private sector must jump on board, but regulation must be there. That's why His Excellency Ton Suchir share many insights on what are the regulation needed. And also he mentioned the importance of data. Data, we always say, it's new gold. Data is new oil. For that reason, we have Miss Dina from Total Energy. Please, Miss Dina, let's say data is new oil, but you are really the oil for us. Thank you. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Shall I stand up? Okay, I'll stand up just to make it easier for myself. So good morning, everyone, again, and thank you again for the introductions. Your Excellency Tan Suchir, Your Excellency Long Naro, In fact, before we came up to the panel discussion, I had a very brief exchange with Your Excellency, Mr. Naro, and we actually said the same thing as mentioned. Water, you can still live without electricity for a while, but with water, you cannot survive. And as also mentioned by His Excellency Tan Sochia, water is very important, not just for a human being, but for the society as a whole. It actually is used in all the industries, including energy. Because as you know that almost around 40 to 45% of the electricity generated in Cambodia actually comes from hydro. So it is very crucial in this point as well. And leading it basically back to the panel, just to give an idea of what Total Energies is about. As you know, we are a global company, and typically we're now an energy company. That's why we actually renamed ourselves from Total to Total Energies last year. So what I do here in Cambodia, so we have our presence of operations, of course in stations, but also in solar, in aviation as well. Data is very important for us as well, so we continue to breach ourselves on technology moving forward. Before mentioning a bit more about technology, let me just give you a very overall snapshot of Total Energies globally. So typically, coming from an energy industry, myself and Total Energies being from the private sector, I can perhaps summarize some challenges ahead as the world needs more energy, fewer emissions, and energy security. As you know, there has been a lot of agreements and commitment which has been made following the Paris Agreement, Glasgow. Basically, now we will have the next COP 27-28 coming up recently. And all of this is actually important to Total Energies globally. So basically, what do we do? And what we actually feel. So here, in fact, globally as well as in Cambodia, it sounds simple when we actually say more energies, fewer emissions, and energy security. But to achieve it's a formidable challenge. So in a nutshell, what we do as a global energy company, I just like to share a few plans to address this challenge that we will have for sustainability. Is that to meet the growing energy demand, Total Energy plans to invest heavily in low carbon energy, focusing on growth in electricity, essentially from renewables and LNG. This is on a global scale what the company has committed to. Renewables are clearly important from the fuel emissions perspective because they have low carbon emission footprint. So what does Total Energy aim to do is to become a renewable electricity producer and hopefully in the top 5 by 2030 with a portfolio of renewable energy of around 100 gigawatt by 2030. Globally, we have actually grown rapidly from 0.7 to, in 2017 to 10 GW in 2021. And bringing a bit things closer to home in APEC, we are actively actually also building on a renewable energy portfolio. So some of the recent examples that Total Energies has done in APEC, it's actually the green hydrogen production in India, offshore wind farm in Taiwan, and also we actually have invested in floating offshore wind projects in South Korea. We have actually also made a joint venture with Japan's INEOS to develop on-site B2B solar projects across Asia. And one of the other key pillars for us also is the electrification for the road transportation. And this will be a major lever to reduce emissions because as you know, any means of transportation currently has a very high carbon footprint. Hence, we are actively investing in EV charging networks. Total Energies already is the largest EV charging operator in Singapore. And in the region, we have also recently embarked on investments with partners in China as well as in India. So nevertheless, one key thing we have also recognized is there's always limitations in renewables. You know, in terms of availability of land, natural conditions for solar, wind, and as well as the challenge of intermittency. However, one key point to all of this, which we have also recognized, is basically development using technology. So technology development will be key to accelerate renewables. This is why Total Energies as a company, what we have done is that 60% of our research and development budget, we have actually committed it to clean technology. And this is a very big milestone which the company has done. And to ensure energy security, we currently still believe that on a global scale, LNG remains critical, and because it's important for a transition fuel in global energy mix. One key recognition which has been made, and it's very critical, is that we have to be very clear about how we transition from the current mix of the energy that we have to having a very larger dependency on the renewables in the future. You know, while we still know that LNG is actually still basically a fossil fuel, but it still has less footprints compared to coal and oil. So we believe this is still going to be on a global scale important for the transition to renewables. So following from that, in fact, Total Energies is currently a top 3 player, and we continue to invest in LNG production and supply chain. And we have done the same across in Asia Pacific and Middle East as well, you know, as in Qatar, Papua New Guinea, and Australia. You know, overall, we have managed to drive these commitments taken not just at a global level, but at a country level, working together and within the frameworks formulated by the authorities in each and every country, my apologies. And one of the other key points that has also been covered for water for the sustainability goals as well. It's been done by our company as well for the United Nations SDGs, as we say. We have also committed to that. And in order for us to even formulate or make it more tangible, we have also even recently have identified KPIs which we have to assess. So that's why data is also important, so that we know we are going actually in the right direction as well. So basically, to conclude, I would just like to say that Total Energy aims to be a major player in the energy transition. We are committed to carbon neutrality by 2050 together with the society. And our mission is to provide energy that is more affordable, cleaner, more reliable, and accessible to as many people as possible. So Total Energy is committed to play our role with partners, both public and private, to strive towards the more energy, fewer emissions, while securing energy security, which is very critical as we have currently seen the shift and the cost that has come about following the Russia-Ukraine war as well. So it was a step to in fact accelerate as well. And we acknowledge that technology is key to in fact expedite this renewables portion becoming quite significant for energy in the future. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Dina. Please ensure that you don't export back our energy to France. To ensure our energy security. Yes, thank you very much for your mention on importance of technology in renewable energy, especially you invest more than 50% of your profit on R&D. These are very, very important. And global energy security, national energy security is very, very important, not only for economic growth for Cambodia. I said yesterday also. That's why in our agenda, we put energy security is one of the top 8 agenda for Cambodia. And we are developing energy technology roadmap for Cambodia also. And I take note, you are facing many challenges also right now, right? Pressure from ESG, pressure on climate change, carbon footprint, all of this that we need to address together. I think the theme of ASEAN when Cambodia is a chair 2022 here, we act together. And from tech perspective, you invest, you are ready from technological wise also. And last, I take note also that you expect that the clean energy, especially charging station. I love it because Cambodia now we are doing EV roadmap. I think you know it also there. So I believe Total Energy is part of the player there, ensuring energy security. Of course, if Cambodia go to industrial like country within several years or after 2030, energy is very, very important. Make sure that we are secure, and private sector like Total Energy must be there with us also. Please help on that. Thank you very much. We have a great talk from the three speakers. I have some question actually, but time is so limited. We have 10 minutes. I would like to entertain one question from the audience if you have. Please raise your hand. Our colleague will bring the mic to you. If no, okay, His Excellency Paula, please.
Good morning. Thank you very much, panelists. I would like, first of all, thank the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation that bring this so important topic, energy and water. You're talking about renewable energy. We're talking about water for life. So you know water is renewable, but it's vulnerable to pollution. It can damage easily. Just would like to know from Her Excellency Long Naro, how you monitor water quality from the treatment plant to the end of the pipe. Public maybe want to know this also. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. And during my presentation, I did not touch in the area of water quality. So, but everybody know that, especially the international country, when they come to Cambodian, they always say that Phnom Penh water supply are safe to drink from the tap. So that is why we have to protect the word of water from the tap in Phnom Penh are safe to drink. So from the treatment plant, especially from the water source to the tap water, what the Phnom Penh water supply are putting in terms of technology and method for control and guarantee the water quality to the people that get water from our tap. I would like to inform you that all the treatment plants, especially in the province that we are controlling, 2 provinces, including 4 water treatment plants in the city of Phnom Penh, we have all the instruments, real-time control in terms of pH, in terms of turbidity, in terms of ammonia, in terms of other parameters related to the requirement which set by national drinking water, Cambodian national drinking water, and also from WHO. It means from the raw water to the outlet, out of water treatment plant, we install all the requirement instrument to to control real-time water quality by using SCADA system to sending all the data from each point in the process of water treatment plant into the control room. That means real-time 100% control. From the outlet, outer treatment plant to the tap water, we have been collect, especially until today, this type of technology, we are not yet perform a real-time 100%. But we found the best way to do is mean that we send the bottle, the sterilized bottle, to each our staff of Phnom Penh Water Supply Authority who live different location in Phnom Penh City. So it means every week we collect around 80 samples from each location, sent to our laboratory to analyze the water that from the tap to each different location. Then also based on what we just said, that customer awareness by introduced by app. So usually the people, some people, they call us if the water have a problem in their house. So therefore we send our laboratory equipment and staff to check on site directly. On another hand, that because like Cambodian beer, like Coca-Cola, they use a huge of water from us. So therefore they require us to look into all the parameters before they make decision to get the water from us. So therefore every year we send our water to Singapore, to Shanghai, to test on our water quality in respect to around 200 parameters that required by this industry need water from us. However, in the future, as Excellency Moderator and Excellency Tan Suk Chia said, smart water management is one of our plan in the near future that we will now under the feasibility study and under the design to put what they call a remote water quality in two different locations in order to detect and to send the information if there is some parameter, especially in the distribution network. We check concerning about most important is the turbidity, pH, and residual chlorine. So therefore, I think in the future, each location in the city of Phnom Penh, especially on the remote area or on the zoning system in the city of Phnom Penh, will introduce with a real-time water quality monitoring from the network. So that is the answer that I can briefly relate it to the management of the water quality in Phnom Penh City.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellency Naro. I think time is limited, but I take note also that we are 10 minutes late on stage, right? So please give me back the 10 minutes. I have a question to Ms. Dina. I think energy is so important to me for now especially. And in the next, after 2030, if we want to reach 2050 developed country, energy must be urgently needed for Cambodia. I read the book Physics for Future President by Richard Muller. He's a physicist. It's not convinced to me, but I'm an environmentalist by training. I love low carbon, of course. From reading the book, Physics for Future President, it's not convincing to develop a nation with renewable energy within short and medium term. It's a paradox to me, you know. So, Miss Dina, how will you convince me? Because let's say after 2030, we need more than 3 times in terms of energy for Cambodia. Let's say industrialization of the nation. 3 times of energy, electricity, all of that. How we do that? Are we relying on solar panels? One panel give only 100 watt. And how can we reach megawatt of energy? So Miss Dina, please help me on this. Thank you.
I wish I had a crystal ball so I could tell you how it was possible in the future. But a very good question, Your Excellency. And typically, I'm also a bit of an idealist, and I believe in basically the commitment which at least Total Energies has globally made. And drawing from that experience, basically, as mentioned during my speech as well, we are always prepared to work with the public and private sectors in order to develop this portfolio. And it comes down from commitment as well. There are countries basically in Europe and in fact in Asia, Singapore and China have already broached onto that. And it's identifying basically what is available locally in terms of your renewable portfolio that can move forward. So Cambodia does have land. Recently in EuroChamp, apparently there was a presentation done where they says that wind energy may be possible. So it's identifying the right mix which we can, which would be sustainable and can meet the energy demands at the future, and working it backwards to say, okay, what is the transition? This is why I mentioned that the transition phase from what we currently have as energy going to the future is an important milestone and a step, and technology does play a part in it. Clear example is basically solar. Cambodia is already has broached solar and is committed to in fact further develop into it. And it has been made possible because of technology. Panels are a lot more cheaper because, you know, everyone, it comes at, okay, what is the price we can actually have at the consumer level as well. So it's all elements which is accounted for. And of course, renewables on its own is not just going to be enough in sense having the infrastructure per se, but also making it aware to the public. You know, having efficient energy consumption is very paramount for the general society to understand. And I think a lot has already been started in terms of workshops and sessions. We just had the Energy Week launched by His Excellency Kyo Ratanak in the end of October as well. And there was a very good panel discussion on this during that time as well. And it was actually acknowledged that yes, awareness is also key to it. So the use of energy sustainability is key to it, together with actually identifying the transition per country. What is basically the renewable mix we have to have in the future? And one of the key elements underlining all of this is also the circular economy. So being responsible for you know, the reuse, proper use, efficiency is going to be critical to it. Thank you.
Thank you. I said it's a paradox, but actually I'm fully convinced that technology will be there to solve. Historically, when Germany have problem with neighboring country in Europe, only technology solve energy issue. Because Germany relying on energy from the other, but technology solve the challenges. So I am convinced that technology will be the tool to sustain the energy supply. That's why I would like to reiterate again that we are doing energy technology roadmap. Actually, in ASEAN framework, from science technology perspective, I'm convinced, and I convince ASEAN member state to put circular economy in the agenda also there. Next, please give me some more minutes. I have for His Excellency Tan Suu Kyi also on CSDG 2030. will have to have clean water for Cambodia 2030. Clean water to me is controversial. So how likely, His Excellency Tan Suu Kyi, that Cambodia will reach our goal 2030, clean water by your definition? Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency Holsing Heng, for that. It's a very good question, and also it's our challenge as well. As I said that we are working together toward the goals, and actually Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovation is not alone to supply the water to Cambodian people in order to reach the CSDG. In Cambodia, we have two ministries that are responsible for supplying water services to people. One is Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovations that responsible for the pipe water supply, and another one, as I mentioned earlier, Ministry of Rural Development that is responsible for the rural water supply scheme that refer to the well, pond and small scale system, community-based system on this and that. So for the pipe water system, we focus on those areas that could be developed as a system. Because you may notice that in Cambodia, the people living is not all in the central town, but they are living in the remote area, and some places the densities are very low. So if we develop the system over there, then the cost is gonna be very expensive. So there's two ways to do so. One way is we focus on the area or town or village clusters that could develop as a system. This is one thing. Then another thing, we can use a smaller system that is more simple, more affordable for a smaller villages. And the rest, the Ministry of Rural Development will provide intervention to the remote or to the place that we cannot develop the system. Right now and so far and in the future, all the people access to water, somehow, some level, for sure. Because if there's no water, we cannot survive, cannot exist. But the point is, our intention is to improve the water service that is cleaner, safer, more sustained, more affordable. That is our challenges. And as I said, that the water system that providing water services through the system is more reliable, because we control the services, we control the water quality, we also regulate the tariff. To me, I'm optimistic that we could achieve the goal, but we need support from the others as well. We need our partners, we need private sectors, we need the talent people in order to improve our efficiency, improve our services, so that we can reach the goal. That's why I said that we work together in order to overcome those challenges, in order to reach our goal together. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Suu Kyi. I think you are in charge of the sector. You commit to do the job we feel positive also, no problem for that. Thank you very much. I think, His Excellency Noro, I have question for you also, but due to time limit, and we have a coffee break later, audience, you may approach the speaker later. Thanks again for your insightful food of thought from His Excellency Nero, His Excellency Tonchi, and last but not least from Ms. Dina, Total Energy. Thanks very much. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, please provide a round of applause to the three speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our moderator and panelists for your great discussion. And I would like to take this opportunity for our team to arrange the stage for another panel discussions. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request your honor to proceed to your seat, and we will start another panel discussion soon. Thank you. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request Your Honor to proceed to your seat in order to start another panel discussion soon. Thank you very much. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, now we're jumping to the last panel discussion in this morning. In this panel discussion, we'll discuss on the topic of recovery and resilient agri-tech and health tech. The goal of this discussion is to define a new approaches and a will of decision maker in government and business in order to coming back stronger. Without further ado, I would like to take this opportunity to invite Dr. Tri Sopal, Deputy Director General, General Department of Science, Technology and Innovations of Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovations to come on stage as the moderator. Dr. Tri Sopal, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Very good morning, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tri Supal, currently Deputy Director of Research of General Department Science, Technology and Innovation of the Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovation. I will not consume much time. Please welcome to the panel discussion on recovery and resilience. And this session will focus on health technology and agri-tech technology. It is very great honor to welcome our very complete set of panel members. We have three important components that will be the panelists in this morning session. We will have the first panelist. I would like to invite His Excellency Dr. Ho Kim Cheng, Director General of Health of the Ministry of Health, and he also the chair of the subcommittee on the development of health technology roadmap. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Prachitho, Deputy Director General of Agriculture of Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fishery, and also the chair of the subcommittee on the development of agri-tech roadmap. Next, I would like to invite our panelist, Mr. Kengo Thank you so much. Welcome. Please give a big hand to our panel this morning. Very good morning again, and this is very good time to bring all important components of our triple helix model to harness science, technology, innovation in Cambodia. And first, I would suggest our panel member to introduce yourself just 1 minute before our discussion. Please start from His Excellency Dr. Hokim Cheng.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm very happy to attend Cambodia Tech Expo today, and I'm Dr. Hokim Cheng, Director General for Health from the Ministry of Health. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Part-2. I am a Deputy Director General of General Directorate of Agriculture and the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fishery. Thank you.
Hello, gentlemen. I am Kengo Kitaura. I'm CEO of the AgriBuddy. Our company is selling the agri input to the farmers and then also buy back the crop from the farmers, and then we are using the technology to getting the data from the farmers. Thank you.
Good morning. Whoa. Good morning. My name is Dr. Varea. I am the CEO and co-founder of PillTech. We are a pharma marketplace, so we connect pharmacy owners to pharmacy sellers through our platform. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to be here. My name is Dr. Tinika Water. I'm the Director of Research at the University of Puri-Sastra, which is a private health science university with faculties of medicine, nursing, pharmacy and dentistry. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nam. I'm in charge for the digital transformation in Medphone company. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So for our discussion today, a few questions will be discussed, and our panelists will, some of our panelists will do the presentation, some of them will address directly verbally. So the question we will discuss will focus in general on how technology enable new business model, more transparency, and a systematic data approach for the decision maker. And what are the challenges in the field of science, technology, innovation in agri-tech and health tech? And another question, what is the goal and commitment to make stronger for the resilience and recovery from our pandemic in our Cambodia context? So based on this, I would like to invite His Excellency Dr. Hokim Cheng to share your opinion, please. Please take the floor.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Trisopal. Yeah, good morning, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I would like to show the, our effort from the Ministry of Health. COVID-19 shows significant decline in face-to-face healthcare utilization in Cambodia, but we have learned to prevent the next pandemic. This also spurred initiation of number of digital health innovation platform, online platform. This high technology penetration in Cambodia can and is being partnership for health. To create the resilient health system, Cambodia Digital Health Strategy 2022-2033 has been developed. Digital health refers to the use of information and communication technology in health system to better manage disease and improve the health, which cover not limited to the e-health, health, such as the mobile health and mobile device as well. IT, ICT, telehealth, telemedicine, and so forth. The development of Cambodia digital health strategy reflects the following key areas. First is the current and future Cambodia health system. Second is the health and COVID-19 pandemic. Third is national policy and strategy. Fourth, digital application. Fifth, technology. Sixth, digital economy. And seventh, narrow digital gap. So the digital health strategy has the purpose as below. To provide a roadmap of digitalization in Cambodia health system in the coming decade with participation from relevant stakeholders in both public and private sector. The digital health strategy has the purpose to facilitate inter-ministerial and inter-sectoral, multi-sectoral cooperation within the ministry, institution, and private sector on digital health governance and technique in digital health system. Digital health strategy has a purpose to guide the digital health initiative and investment across the health sector, particularly focus on alignment effort, improvement participant, resources, funding, program, intervention, and policy. Digital health strategy has the purpose to increase the public health reputation and quality with focus on strengthening of the primary health care and accelerate the effort universal health coverage, and to cultivate the concept of system learning that are connected to the culture of using data, information, and evidence to make the decision at the customer level and system level policy development. We have 3 milestones to implement the digital health strategy. First, from 2022 to 2023, we build the foundation of digital information and health services. From 2026, digital transformation and health service and healthcare services. In 2030, maintain and development and innovation of digital health and ecosystem. So the vision of Cambodia Health Technology Roadmap is for increase the health and well-being of Cambodia through the research and development, innovation, and technology. So the roadmap proposed the Cambodia Health Technology Roadmap vision should be rooted in their interrelated and reinforces the pillar. First is the integrate One Health approach, like we consider about the human health and animal health and about the antimicrobial resistance as well in the future. Second is multidisciplinary policy and governance for health technology and strengthen research and knowledge sharing capability. So there are 7 goals are connected to the crucial achievement of the vision. One is to apply research and capacity building, integrate knowledge management interface, human resources, capability, upskilling, sustain investment, digital health infrastructure, safe health management and personal care, and digital electronic medical record. So the roadmap, we have 7 strategy on the Cambodia technology roadmap. One is the advanced technology, telemedicine, connected device and wearable, digital electronic medical record, personal healthcare application, centralized command center, laboratory and diagnostic care, and pharmaceutical care. So the using of digital technology can provide greater access to health information
and healthcare service for the population as well to increase efficiency health services, delivering through the easier access to sharing and use of data to support integrate people-centered care and inform overall improvement of healthcare service delivery. It also provides opportunity to greater access to the more real-time, at least time data for informed strategic and policy decision making. The using of technology can facilitate access to the patient with mobility restriction or living in the remote area, helping to reach the unreached people in the remote area. We are committed to make and create, innovate by implementation of digital health strategy and Cambodia national technology roadmap. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, His Excellency, for it is very impressive commitment of the Cambodian government on the health sectors. And actually, I have many questions on this. However, I would keep the time for our other experts, and then we keep the time to discuss together after the end of the presentation. I would like to invite Mr. Prachitho.
Thank you very much, Dr. Trisopal. Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor and great pleasure for me to be here today with all dignitary distinguished guests of the Cambodia Tech Expo 2022. And to deliver my remark at this important event under the theme of Agri-Tech Challenge Together Through Tech Talent. I would like to express my sincere thanks to Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovation for having me here and for organizing this important forum where idea and knowledge on new technology and innovation in various fields will be shared and discussed by key stakeholders in Cambodia. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the royal government of Cambodia has openly endorsed and pass science, technology, and innovation as a major driving force for all sectors in order to successfully achieve implementation of the rectangular strategy phase 4. Further develop our national economic and realize Cambodia vision of becoming upper middle income country by 2030 and high income country by 2050. As far as agriculture development is concerned, I would like to highlight that we have come a very long way from using very traditional tool of production rely solely on intensive labor and being unable to produce enough for sale reliant and then export for some agriculture product. In general, STI has been gradually introduced and utilized in crop, livestock, and aquaculture. For rice farming land preparation, for 90% 99% of all paddy has been done by tractor, and more than 80% of rice harvesting by combined harvester. Some producers have started to use drone in fertilizer and insecticide application. Moreover, greenhouse and smart farm technology has been applied in vegetable, fish, and livestock production, while research for seed, fish, and animal breeding has been conducted. As a result of this transformation and STI application, the sector gross value add was estimated at 6.1 billion US dollar, contributing 24.4% of the GDP, while the sector employs 35.5% of the country's total employment in 2021. We were able to export almost 8 million tons of agriculture commodity, and in general of the revenues of the 4.2 billion US dollar. Despite a remarkable achievement, a lot of needs to be done in order to develop agriculture. In the short term, medium term, we strongly commit to implement our national policy for agriculture development for 2022-2030 in order to modernize agriculture sector to be competitive, inclusive, resilient to climate change, and sustainable. We aim at improving the sector value chain, increasing support for its infrastructure, enhancing management and agriculture, land, forestry, and fishery resource, and strengthening good governance and human resource development in the sector. To this end, application and utilization of the STI will be an important driving force behind our implement of the national policy, especially in upgrading agriculture value chain through smart farm, e-certification, and registration and trustability. For the long term, we will emphasize wherever application highly sophisticated technology from Industry 4.0, including sensor network, biotechnology, drone, robotic, GIS, remote sensing, fintech, and other, in order to increase productivity, reduce cost of production, enhance competitiveness for export, and maximize farmer profit, while guaranteeing food security and afford food supply for all consumers. We always stand ready to work closely with all stakeholders and openly welcome investment projects with STI in agriculture. Finally, I would like to sincerely wish Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good health, success, and prosperity. I also wish Cambodia Tech Expo 2022 have a great success. I also have some slides to present you, to remind you what will happen in the previous, maybe 15 years ago. Yeah, you can see this picture. We used to use the land preparation by animal, and also we sowing and planting by our labor, by human, and spraying, yeah, by the human. Yeah, we use the cow cart to transfer our production from the field to our house. Land preparation. At this moment, we already use technology. So we use a tractor, hand tractor, direct seed. Also, we use drone, combined harvest to harvest. I think 99% we already use the combined harvest. Also, we use the net house, greenhouse. But however, sometimes we no need to use the net house. Some season we still can use the open field. Also, at this moment we see that a lot of the greenhouse was built. And also we try to research the potato. Normally the potato always grow at the cold country, but now we still we would like to research where we can grow the potato in our country. So the place we can grow is Mandulkiri or Bosat province at the Virban district. And this is our plan. We will construct the research center for the potato seed in Mandulkiri province. It is a greenhouse. Net house. And also at this moment we already breeding our Cambodia corn. We have hybrid corn by our own. I hope in future we will extend and produce more seed and deliver to the farmer to plant it. It's a dry, semi-processing corn seed. Yeah, I think also now at this moment the businessmen they already use the technology to improve to their business. The transport also we use before we used only cow cart by our labor, but now we use most by machine. And also we use the science to produce poultry, breeding. Yeah. This one what we research for the nematode, the good nematode to spray for the insect. Yeah, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pracheto, for your great sharing on what is the commitment of government, what is the vision in the field of agri-technology roadmap, what are technology has been highlighted and underscored for the context of Cambodia to develop and to support the Cambodian government vision 2030. To save time, I would like to invite Mr. Kengo Kitora. Please take the floor.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Kengo Kitaura. I started living in Cambodia since 2009, and then I started doing the plantation business first. This plantation is around 1,000 hectares doing the cassava in Cambodia. So, of course, before doing this plantation, I researched many data from the government or even the international institution or something, and then I put all of the data in my Excel sheet and calculate on how much input we have to put and how much our expected income and expected yield, and then I decided to do this business because I realized about this business can be make good profit. But once I started doing this business, I absolutely understand about all the data is very different than the reality. There is a big gap between the amount of the input and the amount of the expected yield, expected income. So I started realize about what is the problem of this big gap because of all of the data is gathering from the farmers. Even this is collected by the UN or government or even the private sector, it doesn't matter. All of the data is always the people going to farming area and ask to the farmers, how much you yield last year? Or how much is the input, how much you used last year? But all of the farmers never record this data. They just remember this data and then they just explain to how much they are thinking they used. So the data is not reliable data or not observable data, just like the gathering the data from what farmer think. That's the reason, I started realize about perhaps no one knows about exact data of the farming area, not only this country, all over the world. See, some countries have the more realistic data because they have some sensor in the ground, but most of the countries don't have that kind of things. So always they are getting that data from the farmers from their memories. So I started to realize about if we can get the data from the farming sector by more realistic data, we can change the world more dramatically. That's the reason I converted my business to just running the plantation, but we start selling the agri input to the farmers. Also, we buy back the crop from the farmers. Why I start to do this business is, for example, like a Google. Google knows about our past history much more than we do. They record where I went last year. I cannot remember where am I November 12th last year, but Google knows already. So they record my historical data without I record this one. But farming data, we cannot know anything about how much they input or how much the fertilizer they use. But if I sell to the farmers the input, I record on behalf of the farmers how much you bought, which fertilizer, how many the bags you bought, and then how much you pay to me, I record. Also, when I buy back the crop from the farmers, I record because I scale it, and I pay that amount to the farmers. So once I doing the transaction between the farmers, I record everything on the digital on behalf of the farmers. Then once we know about the exact input and exact yield, we will know about also the exact income of the farmers. So we can know about how much they can spend this money for the next investment. For example, as Mr. said, we have to put more agriculture machinery into the agriculture sector. But if they want to buy that expensive machine, they have to thinking that they can have ability to repay this machine because they don't have enough. Someone have enough cash to buy it, but most of the people buying those machinery by their own. If they're borrowing the money from the bank, they have to pay back to the bank. But if we don't know about their future incomes, how we can loan to the farmers? So we have to know about their actual income or their wallet, then we can thinking about more, the important investment to the farmers. So we start collecting the data from the farmers, but there is also the one more hurdle is as we speak a little bit before, still in rural area of the Cambodia, the internet connection is very, very weak. So, for example, we are bringing our smartphone to going to our farming area and then getting the data from the farmers, even checking their farm situation. Or also we collaborate with one of the big agriculture machinery, the name of the Yamma from Japan. But we try to getting the GPS data, GPS logger, but this one need to connect to the internet. Until the connecting the internet, we cannot getting the real-time data. So sometimes farmer sending the data, but we cannot get it, and then we don't know about the real situation. So the internet connection or like infrastructure is also the really important, especially in the rural area. Now, since I came to Cambodia, 2009 till now, the Phnom Penh changed big. At the time, maybe we didn't have the smartphone, or I don't know, I don't remember, but still the internet connection very, very slow, and then they don't have those like skyscrapers. But right now, the Phnom Penh dramatically changed. But when we go to the rural area, still almost same. Yes, cow cart changing to the tractor, or the many people stop using the cow cart and then they are start driving the motor. But basically, what they are doing is not dramatically to change. So we can the input more like the creating the infrastructure. Of course, the one infrastructure is the internet structure, and one is like the canal or the more road or something. So I really strong to the request to the government to, of course, they know about that, but more bringing to the new infrastructure, especially the like a basic infrastructure, which is big road, also the canals, and then also the internet connection is really important. So I am happy to discuss about that today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing. Actually, we found a big issue on data collection from your talk. Actually, that's why even the Cambodian government, we are taking into account data collection is very important. And in the new general department that has been established a long time with the new Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology, Innovation that renamed from Ministry of Industry and Handicraft last 3 years. One department under General Department Science, Technology, Innovation is STI data collection. So this will be the center for the government to collect all the data in the field of science, technology, innovation, and hopefully this would help and to solve the challenge that you mentioned just now. And okay, I would really appreciate your challenge addressed in this discussion, and of course, we will have the question from the audience. I would pass the next floor to Dr. Chia for your, please take the floor. Thank you.
Good morning. Wow, this is great. I hope you guys are not too hungry yet, because we still have a little bit to go. So I'll get to it, okay? So thank you, Dr. Sapal, for the introduction, and thank you to all the excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for being here today. Thanks to also to Misty for arranging all this great event. Your Excellency Kanchan Mehta sitting in front, and all of his team here. Without them, we will not be speaking today. So thank you. And I'm also happy that Your Excellency Dr. Hokum Cheng mentioned about e-health, healthcare ecosystem in Cambodia. This is very important that the Ministry of Health and the private sectors are working together on this. So I'm very happy. As a tech startup founder, we're very happy to see that the Ministry of Health is working towards this. And this is why we're here today. And we have the same goal. And our goal is to make sure that we provide access to quality healthcare for our people, starting in Cambodia. So just a little bit myself, my name is Verea. I am the CEO and co-founder of Piltech. We are a pharma marketplace. So a little bit about Piltech. Why Piltech exists. Did you know that pharmacists are the point of care for millions of patients? Did you know that we're the first person that they talk to? And if we really want to take good care of the patients, we got to make sure that we take care of the pharmacists. And Piltech does that by making sure that they buy from legal channels. So if you look at the problems here, I can't go back, sorry. There you go, thank you. So the problem here, you have 5,000 pharmacies that are buying from 1,000 plus distributors, wholesalers, and parallel importers. That oftentimes leads to higher price, slow delivery, and not to mention fake or substandard products. So there has to be a better solution, right? So what we built is a one-stop shop online ordering platform where pharmacists are able to purchase anything in a single platform. With the click of a button, they have access to 5,000 products. It leads to better pricings, safe product approved by the Ministry of Health, and not to mention, it saves them time and leads to revenue gains. So here's our product. We have our web app. You could search by brand name, generic names. The pharmacist could do that. And you see live stock right away. We also have a mobile app for iOS and Android. With a little camera in the back, you could actually scan the barcode, and it tells you which product that is, and you can add to cart and place your order there. So it's that simple. In addition, we also build a pharmacy point-of-sale system. The reason why we built this is because mom-and-pop pharmacies are still using paper-based. So we want to help digitalize Cambodia pharmacy SMEs. So what this does is it helps track their sales, and helps manage their inventory, sets expiration date alert, and the one cool feature that they have is with a click of a button, it tells them what they need to reorder. So if you look before that, when you need to reorder at the pharmacy, they would look in the back of their shelves, trying to figure out what products are running out, and then they place their order. So with this product, it links to all their inventory, so it makes it a lot easier and simpler for the pharmacy owners to order. And we also add a little accounting system for them to see how they're doing in terms of their performance overall on a month-to-month basis. Not only that, we're also working on e-health platform. We call it Toped. Toped, it basically connects the pharmacy owners that are using our platform to the patient directly. So the journey of the patient is you go to our platform, you talk to our pharmacist call center, you chat with us, you could call us, you could message us any way you want, add your product to cart, and then we deliver from the closest pharmacy members to you. Right now we're live in Phnom Penh. We're also in Battambang and Siem Reap as well. And later in the future, we're looking to add healthcare products, home services, laboratories. So you could do a health checkup at the comfort of your own home. So you could make an appointment online. Our nurses and doctors will go to your home and do the blood checkup. So we want to bring healthcare closer to you, and that's what we're doing. This is a summary of what we're doing now. This is the ecosystem that we're trying to build. We start off with the B2B pharma marketplace. So that means pharmacy owners able to access thousands of products on a single platform. All the products that we put on here are approved by Ministry of Health, meaning if it's not registered with the Ministry of Health, we won't put it on there. In addition, all the pharmacies owners that are coming to our platform to buy, they have to also show proof that they're a licensed pharmacy. So we also check that as well. So now we're actually helping the pharmacy owners to put their products online as well. Only approved products. So patients could actually purchase the product online when they need to. They could consult with the pharmacist, talk to them online, and then it gets delivered to their home very quickly. So just a little bit about us during COVID-19. Back when COVID-19 was very severe, we actually collaborated with the Ministry of Post and Telecommunications. They put their products on our platform. They put their COVID-19 test kits and also medicines. patients that cannot leave their home, they could just go online, talk to our pharmacists, and then they could purchase the products and then get delivered to their home. This helped so many people in Cambodia especially. And in the near future, you might be asking, what are we looking at, right? So in the near future, we want to focus on patient care. And this is some of the problem that we see in Cambodia is that when you have a symptoms, you don't really know what to take or who to talk to. So we want to build an app. We call it a pharmacist for now, where the patient could tell the symptoms to the app. It then recommends medications for the patient itself. They then could then link to our app, to the e-commerce app, and then purchase the product online. Or they could show that product to the pharmacy nearest them. Of course, the pharmacist will have to make a final decision on whether this product is good for them or not. This is something that we're also working on now. Thanks to Khmer Enterprise for the grant, we're actually working with them to build a medical IoT device. And what that does is we build an app that links to Omron and iSense. So we signed an agreement, MOU with Omron, which is a big company from Japan. And also iSense is a blood sugar monitoring device from Korea. So what we did was we built our app, connects to their device. Every time that the patient tests their blood pressure or tests their blood sugars, it will then upload onto their app. This app is not just a normal app. We actually have a patient monitoring program where you can subscribe to as a patient. So if, let's say that your blood pressure is high, we would send you a notification to your Telegram. Our call center would then call you to verify, to say, hey, look, Mr. Joe, your blood pressure is quite high today. Are you taking your medication? So I think this would help save many lives. As you know, stroke and heart attack, it all caused by high blood pressure, it caused by high cholesterol. So if we're able to monitor the patients using remote patient monitoring, this could help potentially save many lives. We hope to launch this by Q1 of 2023. And we hope that you could test it out and then provide us more feedback so that we could improve ourselves. So all of this would not happen if we don't work with the Ministry of Health. As you know, tech startup company, we tend to move a little faster than the laws and regulations. And we understand that this happens as well. But right now, we're currently working with the Ministry of Health. We're talking to the Department of Drugs and Food at the Ministry of Health to show them that what pill techs are doing. And also, we're also talking to them what other countries surrounding us that are doing as well in terms of health technology. So the next step for us is to work with the Ministry of Health maybe to create what we call regulatory playground license. And what that does is the MOH could partner with health tech companies that wants to innovate, that wants to help improve patient safety, that want to improve patient access to healthcare. Then we startup companies can apply for those licenses and test our innovation. As you know, without that, there's no innovation. So of course, we want to focus on patient safety and welfare. So the objective is to understand what are the risks, what are the benefits from this tech innovation. And we want to work with our Ministry of Health on this one here. So the license for this playground, we call it, should focus on e-pharmacy, should focus on e-prescription, should focus on mobile healthcare and essentially telemedicine. So I think we look forward to working with the Ministry of Health on this one. And so what we're requesting from the Ministry of Health is to basically issue a temporary license for us to test. And you know, we would work with the Ministry of Health directly. We would then answer questions, providing data to the Ministry of Health. Of course, you know, any potential side effects, potential withdrawal or backdraws. So these are some of the things that we could work with. But the benefits from this is big. Startup founders, we have a room that we could test and grow and expand not only locally, but potentially regionally as well. So when you support us, this is what we could do, right? And we're happy that the Ministry of Health is actually very supportive of that. So technology can create, the technology that we created can help potentially provide more access to care, especially people in the provinces that, you know, they have to travel so far to come to get better health care. So the benefits also is that it contributes towards digital health roadmap, which is drawn by the Ministry of Health for the next 10 years. And this is something that we're looking forward to. So what's next for us? We hope to potentially sign an MOU with the Ministry of Health. And we hope that our innovations could be tested with the permission from the Ministry of Health itself. So just a little bit of our team. So all these are not possible without our team, right? We have Sakada, he's our CTO and co-founder. He's got over 10 years of us in software design and development. He built everything that we have here. We have Sina, she's our head of operations. When I'm here, she's actually working, so thanks to her as well. For me, I'm just a pharmacist. I don't know anything much about technology, but I do know that I want better healthcare for our people. So this is what we're doing. In terms of awards, we recently won the Best Digital Startup of the Year at the ICT Award in 2021. We also won the gold medal for Cambodia for the ASEAN ICT as well. So these are some of the things that we accomplished so far. That's all I have today, but I really want to emphasize that, us as a startup founder, we need room to play. We need ground to play on. And we're happy that the Ministry of Health, the government, are really pushing technology and healthcare together. So if you believe in accessible and affordable healthcare in our country, I hope that you will come and talk to us after. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Virya, for your great sharing. And you have highlighted a new approach for the business model in the health sectors. And very impressive. And this, to my opinion, it is very integrated and aligned with the policy addressed by His Excellency Hokim Cheng on the digital health. So we will discuss more detail on that after all our panel give their presentation. However, your business model could be the new approach for not only in the health sector, also for example, agriculture sector and other sectors that integrate science, technology, innovation for a new model for the Cambodia context. And actually, we hear from our panel from the government in the field of health, in the field of agriculture, and from private sectors. So next, I would like to invite Professor Tinake for your sharing on behalf of from University of Port Said. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sapal, for your welcome, His Excellency, honoured panellists and distinguished guests, and to Misty for this opportunity to be here. I think one of the salient lessons from COVID has been highlighting the interrelationship between the environment, animal health, and human health. And in particular, the species jump from SARS coronavirus to humans, and showed how fragile ecosystems are and the widespread consequences when a zoonotic jump happens. One of the key themes of this panel discussion was around One Health, so I just want to pick up on that. One Health is rooted in the recognition of the interconnection between people, environments, plants, and their shared ecosystems. And the World Health Organization broadly describes One Health as an approach to designing and implementing programs, policies, legislation, and research in which multiple sectors communicate and work together for the pursuit of better health outcomes. And I think that's really important, that we can't be talking about things in isolation anymore, that everything impacts on each other, and also that we can't be working in isolation from each other, that these new challenges require a coordinated and multidisciplinary approach. Areas relevant to a One Health approach include surveillance and the collection of data from animal health changes in the environment and population health to identify early trends and possible disease outbreaks. And other examples of this, which have already been alluded to, include food safety and other issues such as antibiotic resistance. The onset of COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 has also required healthcare organisations to adopt digital technologies very rapidly. For example, digital vaccine certificates, QR codes, online symptom checkers, which have all become part of our daily lives now. And in many ways, this has sort of contributed to Cambodia leapfrogging ahead towards the goal of Industry 4.0. Examples of this include, in health technologies, include the Internet of Things, big data, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, and to improve healthcare delivery and outcomes. In addition, other technologies such as robotics, 3D printing, which is a fascinating field, which now you can use human tissue to print for grafts, printing of tracheostomies that are personally designed, and artificial limbs are all now enabling innovation and technology to provide solutions to healthcare issues. It is envisioned that these technologies will help to transform how traditional medicine and medical systems have operated and are making them much more accessible, efficient and personalised. And indeed, as Variak has pointed out, will change the relationship between patients and health providers. One of the examples of this on a project that we're currently working on is AI-supported screening for anxiety and depression. And Cambodia has really high rates of anxiety and depression when compared to a regional average, and the rates are anything from 28% to 70%. 70% of the population of Cambodia live rurally, but only 2% of that population have access to mental health services. So one of the solutions that we're trying to work on is to support AI-enabled screening, just using mobile phone technology that can be done by nurses and midwives in rural clinics. Another innovation that's currently underway in Cambodia, cervical cancer is one of the leading cancer deaths for women in Cambodia. And one of the really important aspects of that is detection and screening. There is still stigma for women around accessing reproductive health services. So one of the solutions is to take care to the places where women work. So for example, garment factories. So there is teams of researchers and health professionals currently working on projects that can use AI-enabled colposcopy on site for widespread screening and decrease the loss to follow-up. So this has the huge potential to democratise access to healthcare, provide greater clinical support, and ultimately contribute to better health and social outcomes. I'd like to pick up on what His Excellency has already discussed about the health technology roadmap. Recognising the interlinked relationship between the social determinants of health, the Royal Government of Cambodia has committed to improving population health with the support of health technologies. And in 2021-2022, MISTI, in collaboration with Science Technology Policy Institute in Korea, developed the Health Technology Roadmap. And the roadmap is seen as a blueprint for policymakers, clinicians, researchers, private sector, development partners and public, and supports many of the national strategies like the Development Plan, the Health Strategic Plan, the Cambodian Science Technology Roadmap, and the Rectangular Strategy Phase 4. This is a very busy slide, but this captures in essence the key technologies, services and strategies needed to implement this plan. His Excellency has already mentioned this, but the key three interrelated and reinforcing visions are firstly that this is based on a One Health approach, that health cannot be seen in isolation to other aspects of the environment and society, the need for multidisciplinary policy and governance, and very importantly, especially for our academic institutions and researchers, is to strengthen research and knowledge sharing capacity. In order to deliver on these visions, several objectives have been defined and considered alongside supporting these technologies. And in the short term, Cambodia may consider focusing investment on ensuring a nationwide internet access and developing cloud computing facilities to support increased digitalisation of the health sector. In the medium term, targeted development of blockchain medical records, advanced telemedicine infrastructure will build on earlier technological upgrading to enhance service provision. As 2030 approaches, the ambition is to have established the knowledge-sharing, One Health embodied health sector made possible through the adoption and the advancement of the key technologies discussed. But importantly, all of these need to be underpinned by the concurrent development of infrastructure, which includes physical assets, but also very importantly, human capital. There is also a need to develop commercialisation, entrepreneurship, supply chains, accessible and practical products. They need to be cost effective. And also, as pointed out before, laws and regulations such as safeguarding the privacy of data. To effectively leverage technology into a One Health approach and promoting greater population health, it's crucial that we take an interdisciplinary approach rather than siloed working in separate areas, and collaborate at regional and supranational partners to adopt best practices, and also, though, be aware of adopting this to the local context. It is essential that Cambodia invests in building human capital, and universities have a key role in this, have clear financing pathways, and develop new medical infrastructure. But finally, and maybe most importantly, people should always come first. Technology should not be an end in itself, but rather function to improve the quality of human life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor, for your great sharing. Actually, I would like to highlight a little bit on health technology roadmap has been launched early this year, and the consultant team was led by Professor Tinake, that we have developed this roadmap under the decision of the National Council on Science, Technology, Innovation, and the subcommittee chaired by His Excellency Hokim Cheng directly from the Ministry of Health. This show not breaking silo, is the breaking silo issue has been progressively solved in our Cambodia context. And why? It is to recover and for resilience together for the context in all science, technology, innovation. So of course, I have a question on the perspective of university and what are the market-oriented model to develop the roadmap, something, the question related on this. But please hear first from Mr. Nam, Director of Digital Transformation from Medphone. The floor is yours.
Hello. First of all, let me have the chance to say thanks to Ministries of Science, Technology and Innovation to have a chance for Medphone can presenting with all of what our achievement today, and also sharing some about the experience about the Medphone on digital transformation. Actually, that's to be honest, that's If I going first state beginning, I may have not enough about the information to my speak. But after listen from His Excellency, from the MOH, from the agriculture, from business, and for researcher, I feel that for the infrastructure is how is make it important for digital transformation. If we creating many regulator, if we creating many platform system, but if without the activities on the infrastructure, connectivities, infrastructure, so all the digital will not work. So firstly, without infrastructure, without digital transformation. Yeah, so Medphone, that is a part of about the digital transformation. So a little bit to introducing about the Medphone, just very short because I know that's all His Excellency and all the visitors here right now are hungry. Me too, yeah. So Medphone entered to Cambodia since 2006 on the fiber. 2009 we start for the mobile network. And so until today, we go straight with 2G, 3G, 4G, e-wallet, ISP, and the newest that's in 4 years ago, we starting to digital transformation. Yeah, we do a lot for the digital transformation. As His Excellency Ho Kim Chang also aware that Medphone also working with the Ministry of MOH to deploy about the picture achieving communication system. That's if all His Excellency and all visitors can see about the Medphone booth, can see in detail, that's about the project we have been done. The second project is very large scale with about the Ministry of Education. We have been deployed for the over 300 schools, 25 provinces, internet, software, and in 4-year development, I'm the people in charge for a very hard project. Before, I think that's when we pilot very small project in the central, we see that's easy when we're doing. It's not easy because we have to customize a little bit in the Cambodia market. All the neighbor country, we're using about the web desktop for student, teacher using. But going to Cambodia, everything different. The teacher, student, almost in the smartphone. So education, we have to customize everything, go into smartphone, to how to decentralize for all the work for all the teacher. When I doing about the education system, I know that good product maybe not success if you only have good product. Yeah. If you don't have in hand for the infrastructure, if you don't have in hand about the human resource, if you don't have about the long strategy, maybe after no one in the private sector that can survive after 3 years and 4 years without any return business. Yeah, cannot. So with about the Medphone strategy, we already have about the long vision on the digital transformation in Cambodia. So we're starting step by step and scale up the project for the education, not only for the grade 1 to grade 12, but also university system, primary system, kindergarten system. We have 3 narrow for the digital transformation we're focusing on in the government sector, like education, healthcare, and about the digital government. This is our plan, and we are ongoing. And right now, we're quite confident because of, if not confident right now, maybe the past 3 years up to now, that maybe we already quit. But we can see that after 3 years, we can see that about we have many opportunity. For the digital transformation. We have all the trusted from the partner, from the government, and we confident with our strategy are going. So that's today I'm very lucky on behalf of Medphone company to come here to sharing some of the information. And if you have time, you can visit Medphone outside. We can have more time to seeing directly what we're doing. That is not in plan. That's not in the paper. That's not about a small project. That's already scale up project, big project in the nationwide. That's the reason I'm here. I'm quite confident to talking about the digital transformation. Education is not about the easy part, very difficult part. You're doing about in the central, you see it's easy, but when you go into remote area, you will see how to transform the mindset. Very important, not about the system, not about infrastructure. You have to transform the mindset from the user. What is the benefit? How the tech supporting their business, their working. And you have to very keep patient. Don't give up. Yeah, I think that's after 3 years, they will come back to using your system. If you are the company ongoing for the digital transformation. So finally, I hope that these activities, this workshop will continue, get more and more to make about the government, business, researcher together. Because of if we can together, I'm sure that the digital transformation in Cambodia will go faster. We already connected with the end user. You are the provider. You are the regulator. We do nothing except to bring whatever you have to go into about the end user. So that is about what Medphone can working together and support it for all of organization side by side together for digital transformation in Cambodia. Finally, thank you His Excellency Kanchan Mehta to giving me about the last chance to I can introducing some about the achievement from the Medphone company on the digital transformation, and hope that this event continue, extend year by year, or even by like 6 months next we will meet again, and we can see so many about the partner friends in the digital transformation to together for bring the digital in Cambodia move faster. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nam, for your great sharing. And actually, thanks so much for your hope to have this event happen again. And us, on behalf of organizer team, we wish also to get Medphone continue support this event for next chance. And thanks so much for sharing on strategy, vision of Medphone, and highlight about the importance of the mindset, importance of networking, of the collaboration. Of course, as the success in science, technology, innovation, it has variety factor compared to experience from the country in the world and also in the region. Variety factor could drive one nation to success in science, technology, innovation. However, only one failure has been noted is with lack of networking and collaboration. That's why in today's stage, we bring together the main component, the main stakeholder to discuss together. We have the policy maker, we have the requirement and the need from private sectors, and we have also university is the core and the place to produce the human resource. Of course, human resource is not enough. It should we must consider human capital. To have human capital, we need to have a good education system. of course, education, a good education is not really enough. We need a good health. So build the health with education, we will have a human capital in the country. So thanks so much for all experts for your great sharing. However, I would say from our audience, if you have any question you could address. The time is very short. We have approximately another 15 minutes. However, I would give you 5 minutes. If you have any question from the audience, please do not hesitate to raise your hand, and our team will bring the mic for you. Okay, I think maybe many questions come up, but the stomach is not listening to us anymore. So I have one question will be applied to all panelists. I will address first to His Excellency Kim Jae on you have already highlighted about the commitment of the government in the field of health, how to integrate science, technology, innovation to support the health sector in Cambodia. Could you please repeat a little bit more? What are the main achievements in the health sector, and what are the main commitments on behalf of the General Department of Health in the health sector in Cambodia?
Yeah, thank you so much. I would like to say that, you know, the government very high commitment on the digital economic and society. So, you know, the government have approved on the policy, digital government policy, and also the approve on the digital policy framework. So this is a very high commitment from the government, and also Ministry of Health has developed the digital health strategy, and according to this, the Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology, and Innovation has also developed the Cambodia technology roadmap as well. So the Cambodia technology roadmap is very important for, you know, the research for development, yeah, on health technology. And also the Ministry of Health has, you know, the strong commitment, and we have a slogan that I said that we make, create, innovate the health system. Yeah, to use, you know, the mobile device and also mobile health, telemedicine, yeah, to improve the health of population, to make, you know, the healthcare system to be near to the people in a remote area. And also, we know that, you know, the non-communicable disease like diabetes, hyper blood pressure, and other disease not related to the infectious disease is very high among population. So we need to use digital health to help the people to improve the health of population. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for your great answer. However, I myself also from the government, and now the government mindset, we are not keep private sector to go alone. We need to think. We keep working on what are expected, what are the main expected policy to support the private sector. We also take into account all of this. And of course, in align to this, I will address, please take very short time to answer this question. We got some suggestion from Dr. Chiavera on some aspect to support the new business model addressed in the presentation. Do you have any view on the suggestion? Yes, the suggestion, as I remember, is about provide some license on the app, right? Is that your suggestion clearly? Please address again.
Yeah, so we're looking, we know that there are no laws and regulations yet for e-health because the government is still working on it. So what we're doing is we're looking for, so let me take a step back. Why we propose this option is because if you look at Singapore back in 2018, they provide what they call a sandbox with the Ministry of Health, where startup founders in health tech especially could apply and explore benefits, explore a relationship, explore all the innovations that they're doing, technology, with the Ministry of Health. So they are under control by the Ministry of Health. So this specific license for example, e-pharmacy, online pharmacy, e-health, you could apply and test it with the Ministry of Health. So with the data that you get from your findings, you provide, you work with the Ministry of Health, you talk to them, and then at the end, the Ministry of Health would then make the decision whether this should proceed forward to laws and regulations. So what we're looking to explore also, maybe something very similar where Piltech or any startup company could work with the Ministry of Health, get a proper licensing so that we could do it legally. Because currently, we're sort of in the gray market, in the gray area. So if we have this laws or license, temporary license to work with the Ministry of Health, answer questions, provide data, provide proof of concept, provides that there's a hypothesis that, look, this would work, right, to reduce, to provide more access to care, to reduce more NCDs, for example, then the Ministry of Health could make that decision to create laws and regulations, and that's our intentions, yeah.
Yes, thank you so much for highlighting the question. Actually, to my opinion, this may be the topic that we need the relevant ministries also need to work together on this issue. At least we have the question. Relevant ministry, for example, it could be Ministry of Health could tackle it on this to review the policy that we have already and how to address to the question. Also, Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology, Innovation, we have also some specific general department that work on this. We could work together to solve this. Of course, in the framework, in the policy, we found this, but maybe some legal document we may also need to produce to support all such need from the private sector as well. So I would have other question. Of course, this we will discuss very detailed since we may require more time to discuss on such question, such requirement. I would seek to Mr. Prachito, related to the commitment in the field of agriculture technology to support the resilience and recovery. Of course, in the short term and medium term in the Cambodia context, agriculture is important. Of course, a value-added product, and based on the technology roadmap, is really important to bring to drive Cambodia to reach our vision 2030. So what are the main commitments on behalf of Ministry of Forestry, Agriculture, Forestry and Fishery to support science, technology, innovation, to enable science, technology, innovation, to integrate in agriculture?
Thank you very much for your question. I think for agriculture, very easy. The important is the market. I think you already can see it. If we have market, it means demand. It automatic quality to produce. Like example, at this moment, mango. So if the market demand, the people, the farmer, producer, they produce. Yeah. I think last year or last year already over demand because of the COVID, we cannot export. Yeah. So in Cambodia, farmer or producer, if we have market, we have demand, the automatically the STI it will follow because we need the STI to improve their products to complete the demand. Yeah. But if no demand, no market, we cannot produce, we cannot encourage. Why we need to encourage the farmer to use high technology? Nothing. Yeah. But if you have market, it automatically very easy for agriculture. So the first is market. If you have market, it will go forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I do agree on that. And however, I would ask Mr. Kengo, since you highlight about the need of data, do you have the need of data? Do you have any suggestion how to help and how to harmonize the data, and any suggestion to government and to other relevant sectors how to have a good data easily, faster, confident? So all of this, do you have any opinion on the data collection? Thank you.
As for the data collections is, quite difficult. This is really depend on the, again, the internet connection, and then quite difficult to, press farmer to using the new technology to input their data. For example, if someone asks to me, I have to input my daily activity by myself, I won't do that. So even I cannot do, I cannot press to the farmer to do, what is your activity by today. So we have to collect any data without farmers involving, like the kind of actual transaction or something. So this is quite challenge, but again, we need to, introduce more like again the technology, like this kind of hard device, even like a tractor. So like we also introducing the combine harvester with the Yamaha I mentioned, the Japanese manufacturer. That machine itself has a GPS logger. So once we utilize this machine, we automatically to collect how many hectares they harvested by today and how much is yield. This is not depend on the farmers input the data. We automatically can gather the data. So we need to introduce those kind of the machinery to the farmer. This is one solution. And one more is, of course, we need to introduce the farmer as the best practice. So, so many people not realize about one thing is, if we hear some farmer say, I have a 20 years experience, we expect he's a very professional and then the experienced person, right? But in fact, farmer can cultivate only 1 time or 2 times a year. So if someone has the 20 years experience, but his, the experience is only maximum 40 times. If you're thinking about someone done only 40 times in your life of the experience, we can see he has the enough experience to do something. But farming sector, we are thinking about that someone has a 20 years experience, he must be the experienced person. But again, if we depend on the individual experience and knowledge, we cannot grow improve the farming sector. So we need to again gather the many real data from the farmers, and then we have to make the best practice, and also we have to provide this to the farmer. This is one to improving the the produce side, and also he mentioned the market side. market connectivity is really important of the Cambodian agriculture sector, and then this is a big challenge. For example, my country, Japan is one of the biggest buyer of the feed corn in the world. We are the third country in the world. The biggest one is China, second is Mexico, third is Japan. We are importing 1.16 million ton per year. It means around nearly $9 billion we are buying from US, Brazil, Argentina, Ukraine, but we don't buy any from Cambodia. I'm a Japanese guy living in Cambodia, working with the farmers, and we support many of the feed corn producer, but I don't even bring 1 kg of the corn to Japan. So what I request to the agriculture ministry is let's collaborate each other and open the door of the more export to the buyer countries. And then as I also want to open the door of the Japanese agriculture ministry, but as I'm Japanese and in the kind of civil, it's quite difficult to knock the door. But from the ministry to ministry, it's easy to connect to the Japanese ministry. So if we can open even a small door to bringing the big amount of our crop to my country or other country, it also making the good opportunity to open the market. This is what I think.
Thank you so much. And in addition to this, research and development should be also considered, since innovation could solve some challenge that you face. So do your company also dedicate some budget for research and development? For research and development, for R&D? Do your organization dedicate some investment on R&D?
Investment for the
Yes.
R&D?
Yes.
Yeah. So we are making our own platform to getting the data from the farmers, and then we gathering all the farmers' input, and then also the income. Also, we connected to the JAXA, one of the space agency in Japan, and then they also have many satellite data observing the all over the Earth, but they don't know how to use it. So they always ask us they want to know about the real ground situation. So we also getting the real ground situation of the flood, drought, or the growing all over the crops, and then sending to JAXA. And then they match the satellite data and then our ground picture to know about this. So again, the many, the technology or those kind of, even the space agency want to collaborate, or they want to know about real ground data. And then this is also lack of they to get it. So we are in the operator in the ground level. So our collecting the data is valuable, and this is what we are doing right now.
Yes, thanks so much for sharing. So the time is very short now. So I would say from Dr. Virya, related to a new business model you shared just now, do you have any view to the similar company or startup on this to face the challenge, how to prepare, how to prepare themselves based on your experience?
So challenges that you should, I think as an innovator, as a startup founder, you tend to do things that potentially no one's thinking about yet, right? So the challenge could be you're building something that there's no market yet. So that would be one of the challenge. But I think if you, to resolve that, right, you really have to define what the problems that you're trying to solve. And then not only thinking in the office with your team, but also go out there in the field and actually talk to people. So for example, in the pharmacy industry, before we build our product, we actually talked to a lot of pharmacies already. What are their pain points? What are the problems that they have? And is that problem big enough for you to tackle, right? And not only looking at locally, but is it possible to solve that problem regionally as well in Vietnam, Thailand, or any other countries. So I think those are just some of the things that, the challenges that you, as a new startup founders, don't really realize. Of course, there's, you could spend all days talking about challenges, right? But I think one of the things that you as a startup founder must have is you have to have the passion for that. For myself, I'm a pharmacist by trade. I love pharmacy. I love waking up to solving problems. I love talking to people. And I love helping people feel better. So maybe doing something along the field that you're at, it really helps also to, especially when you hit that wall, right? And you go back and say, okay, what went wrong? At least you know that you're in best interest to really help solve healthcare problem locally and potentially regionally as well. So yeah, I think if any startup founders are listening, I think just launch and learn from it. Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much for sharing. It is also all the context that we need to start one startup. All challenges faced will be also similar to what Dr. Viraj just shared. So let's jump to Professor Tinake. Since we have the mindset on startup, we have the government commitment. However, human resource, human capital is very important. Based on your experience, what do you think the university, what they should do, what they should put the commitment to produce the human resource to respond to the commitment of the government?
Thank you very much for your question. I think human capital is essential to any endeavour, but I'd just like to pick up on Dr. Variak's point, also understanding the end user. So I think having people who also understand the problems from the end user perspective and can respond to that. Universities are really important in helping prepare the next generation of health professionals and others. I think it's really important to think about the graduate profile, like who are the health professionals we need for the future? You know, what competence do they need? What knowledge? What attributes? And I would say that I think with knowledge changing so quickly, and we know technologies also change so quickly, we need to be preparing graduates who are curious, who know how to access knowledge, who know how to use knowledge, and who can use evidence to know what they're doing and why they're doing it. And so I think universities are really important in providing that environment of curiosity, of lifelong learning, and graduates with entrepreneurial mindsets for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your sharing. And I will say one last question to our panelists, to Mr. Nam. Since you have highlighted about collaboration, and of course collaboration is one of the pillars in Cambodia STI Roadmap 2030. After the Cambodian government put effort, put the commitment on supporting science, technology, innovation, science, technology, innovation, national policy has been put in implementation in 2019. So, and then Science, Technology, Innovation Roadmap has been created under Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology, Innovation. Collaboration is one of the 5 pillars that we are taking into account. So, do you have any idea or any view on collaboration based on your experience from Medphone to work in Cambodia? What it should be, and what are the main challenges you face, and what are should be a good model for collaboration in Cambodia? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Yeah, that is about actually that is about very important question because you know that's about what is about the the advantage of about the private sector, what is about the advantage of government. With about the private sector like us, we are the technology. We always invested a lot on the research and development. We have infrastructure, we have human resources, we have about a long-term vision, strategy, stick with our strategy. So when government can have the partnership with about the partner, example like Medphone. So almost that's about we have the experience to deploying for all the big system. We are stay here enough time to understand about the culture. We have all the local staff. They understand how to working with they have experience for deploying about the big project to scale up the project. So you see that example like when we have the system, we connecting for all the staff, deploy immediately based on about the plan, schedule, matching with about the commitment with what the project we sign with about our partner. So you see that's to tell you about that, to let you know that about the infrastructure, very important. As beginning I mentioned, product is not about the unique. Yeah. Infrastructure, operation, research and development, technology. So that's we call that digital transformation. Digital transformation not stay in any point. It's always reload, new thing coming in, and requested for more investment, more research and development in. So that's I can say that's when we have everything in hand. We have everything in hand, and we are on the way to going with that kind of project. And we expect that in the near future, that if about the government trusted on our brand, Medphone company, for sure, we will together to working with government with all the big project. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your great sharing, Mr. Nam. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we are now 10 minutes over our expected agenda. Of course, the topic we discussed today we could discuss a lot more on this topic, but the time is short. We could not continue the discussion, but we hope we will organize a future event in the similar topic to discuss more, mostly to bring together university, private sector, and also the government to work together to discuss on the table to for our main agenda to reach our Cambodian government vision 2030 and 2050. And of course, one bring home message from our state today should be strengthen collaboration and to work together for recovery and resilience for science, technology, innovation, and integrate science, technology, innovation for human life. And thank you so much, and hope to meet you all next chance. And on behalf of organizing committee, thank for joining us panelists, and thank to all audience for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our moderator and panelists for your very insightful panel discussions on recovery and resilient agri-tech and health tech. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, this morning's session has concluded, and I would like to inform that we will have a lunch break and we will be back at 2 p.m. with another session that addressing on tech talent and digital business and taxations. Our moderator and panelists, please kindly proceed to your seat. Thank you. Again, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform that our next sessions in the afternoon will start at 2 p.m. and will addressing on tech talent and digital business and taxation. Thank you.